Seu John.
Ah, tem um Tour de água aqui, uns bichos de água, tem um baú e tem uns negócios de água aqui. E eu mato os bichos, mas os bichos ficam aí vivendo. Eu tenho que fazer o puzzle com os bichos vivos. Porra, jogo é foda. Agora vocês morreram. Como é que você tá, JD?
Being too popular
Salve,
can be
JD.
such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Missão, fale com Stelle.
JD faz tempo que não entra na parte pra conversar com a gente, mano. Só ficando rico aos poucos.
Será que eu tô na minha missão ainda? Qual que é a missão, Adilson? Eu peguei um monte de missão aqui.
Agora você me pegou. Deixa eu ver aqui, o nome da missão era... Oxi. O nome da missão era a fada de sei lá o que, alguma coisa assim. Tipo,
Ah, mas tem um monte de missão em cima dela. Tem. Ah, Caminhos da Floresta Novoenta. Só se foi isso aqui, então.
pode ser.
Ah, eu vi a fonte quebrada lá, o jogo ficou falando da fonte.
Ai, mas só Meláscula sono. E aí, Meláscula? Meláscula do céu, Meláscula. Você não sabe o que aconteceu hoje.
É mesmo?
É mesmo, mano. Hoje aconteceu o impossível, o inacreditável. Isso porque eu não quis atirar no Lineu.
Vocês falam em parte privada, querem que eu entre? Ah, mas todas as partes estão privadas agora.
Boring.
Só fala merda?
Anything else more
Ó,
interesting
rolo.
to do?
Convida... É, o John é o proprietário da party. Você consegue convidar pra autorizar os outros a entrar.
Você consegue convidar também, seu caramba.
E eu consigo também?
Você consegue, você...
Deixa eu ver aqui. Ah, você já tá convidando? Convidar à toa. Ah, o que aconteceu, Meláscula? Eu tinha 30 tiros lá na conta secundária e eu queria uma Charlotte, né? Eu falei, 30 tiros nem compensa abrir uma live só pra dar 30 tiros, né? Aí eu dei os 10 tiros, 10 tiros lá veio duas colei. E aí quando dei o 20 tiros lá veio a Charlotte. Aí tinha sobrado 10 tiros, né? Aí eu fui fazer as diárias, né? Fazendo as diárias lá, gastando as resinas. Eu falei, a minha irmã tava do meu lado aqui, eu falei, eu vou dar esses 10 tiros, mano. Esses 10 tiros. Dei os 10 tiros lá, mano, brilhou, mano. E a gente venceu 50-50 pela terceira vez. Veio a Furina.
O Adilson falou, eu tô sem fazer nada, vou dar umazinha.
Eita!
Pra dar umazinha.
Não vou falar esse negócio não, hein? Não lembro de ter falado essas coisas não. Pô, mano. Ai, 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 Damasso. Ui, fica com Deus, tá? Oiê. Ah. Deixa eu ver o que eu vou fazer aqui. Que a gente vai...
Ah, eu chamei o JD não vem?
JD entra na party, mano. Eu dei só 20 tiros pra pegar a Beidou e a Charlotte. Vou começar a história de Arconte, gente. Eu quero saber o que vai. Na verdade, deixa eu só vir aqui pra Bill e rapidinho na estátua do 7 que eu ia fazer...
Edilson, como é que eu ativo o negócio?
Qual o puzzle dessa vez, João?
Esse tá aqui.
Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui rapidão. Lembrando, rapaziada, que tá chegando, deixa o like. Deixa o like aí pra dar aquela força. Caramba, o YouTube tá lento. Ah não, meu celular tá lento.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
É, agora foi.
Deixa eu ver aqui.
Não, já foi.
Já foi? Comercial de 14 minutos que eu não consigo cortar.
14 minutos não.
14 segundos. Ah, bom que eu venho aqui pra deixar o like aqui no John também. Quem não deixou like, deixa like. Deixa like, deixa dinheiro.
Somente dinheiro.
É. Ajustar equipe. Ah, peguei a Mona no mochileiro. Pegou a Mona, Ana? Que bom, parabéns. Mona é uma ótima personagem. Dos personagens do mochileiro, eu acho que hoje eu posso
Meu
dizer
Deus, por que você quer acertar o bicho? Tá mó longe, pelo amor de Deus.
hoje com toda certeza eu posso falar que é o Shinganara em primeiro lugar, a Mona em segundo, do mochileiro.
Chegou nada aqui. Mas como não? Eu mandei ali, ó. JD Games. A não ser que você tá com outro.
Por que você não deixou aberta aquela party nossa mesmo, Roger?
Tem o Dias. Isso que dá, os caras fazem 200 mil páginas e aí quer que eu saiba qual que é o
Salve,
que o cara tá
Churu.
usando. É foda.
Cadê?
Just what will we come across this time?
Furina se encaixa em todos os times. Qualquer time que você colocar, ela vai ficar boa. Ficar boa, mano. Churu, conseguimos nossas deusas. Sim, Churu, parabéns aí, você conseguiu também. Fico muito feliz aí. O único problema é que agora como que eu vou farmar plantinhas no seu mundo? Agora já era. Deixa eu só mudar aqui a minha viajante aqui pra gel.
Não quero colocar ele não. Eu preciso de um arqueiro.
Tudo meu, mano. Tudo meu, agora é tudo seu. Nada meu. Strap. Nilou. Ó, a cada 15 minutos tem alguém com a foto da Furina tentando entrar no meu mundo. Por que será, né?
E aí, pessoas?
E aí,
JD?
JD, como você tá, maninho?
Pô, era pra
Tranquilo.
ter uma outra bolha aqui. Por que não tem outra bolha aqui?
Ela deu 50 tiros ontem, não veio nada. Vixe.
Eu dei 90 tiros, veio um de Luke e
Saraiva
veio
deu
a
10
Furina.
tiros e veio a Furina pra ele.
Saraiva deu só cagada. Saraiva...
Cagado.
Cagado pra caralho.
Cagada fui eu, peguei todos os personagens de Fontaine. E o Vente ainda de Brint.
Não, mas o vento você foi atrás, cara.
Ah, é, o Vente, eu fui atrás do Vente. Mas dá nada, peguei o Wesley, mano. Peguei o Wesley safadão, peguei Neuvillette, peguei Vente, peguei Furina, peguei todo mundo. Pô,
Tá, então tá virando um menino pegador, então.
isso mesmo, tão pegando tudo. Até gripe. Tá, aqui, ó. Tá.
Era pra ter mais uma bolha aqui. Esse negócio não ativa de outro jeito.
A Mihoyo já tá tão puta que ela já nem dá trabalho pra colocar um hidráulico muito longe. Colocar um do lado do
Já
outro.
tá tudo um do lado do outro.
Já tá foda-se. Pega essa porra.
Pega essa merda, pega essa porcaria. Já coloquei a coisa no cine lá no. Quase no 40, já sem nem muito esforço já. Eu só explorei a primeira área, eu nem liberei o outro estátua do 7 ainda, porque eu tava explorando. Deixei quase 60% lá e boa.
Ô, Deus, você sabe esse puzzle aqui? Só tem duas bolhas aqui, velho.
Eu sei todos os puzzles. Eu sei tudo. Você vai usar o poderzinho lá do que eu tava usando lá pra coisa. Você consegue empurrar as bolhas com aquele poder se você segurar ali para você consegue empurrar as bolhas pra você posicionar elas no lugar certo. Aí você estoura ela e você tem que fazer a bolha estourar de acordo com os pontos que estão no coisinha lá. Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. Não sei se que é isso.
Ah, tá.
Não tem umas coisinhas que você tem que estourar? As coisinhas de música? Acho que é de música aí. Ah, que isso, Adilson, pegando geral, mano. A Furina fica muito bonita no planador de Fontaine. Ah, eu gostei dela com o planador de Mondstadt, mano. O planador de Mondstadt eu achei ela bem bonita também. É, falar isso, né? Eu não tenho planador de Fontaine.
Eu só coloco o planador do mundo da cidade da pessoa.
Esse que deu no evento da Twitch tu não pegou mesmo, né? Isso?
Não, não peguei.
É bonitão ele.
Eu gostei, foi da Rutal revivida. Os caras quiseram matar a Rutal, mas não conseguiram.
Revivida.
Mas
Agora
fizeram
ficou
um
mais
boneco
forte. Ela já
pra-
era forte. Agora
Ah.
ficou mais forte ainda. Essa merda. Já era.
É.
Seja feliz.
Os caras
Se um-
chegou assim, gente, matamos a Rutal, não pode.
Se um Arconte
pera aí.
já era. Se um Arconte já deixava ela forte, dois Arconte já deixou ela.
Mas eu acho estranho, porque tipo, a gente vai ter que jogar com ela com o HP cheio agora. É estranho.
A Furina vai comer o HP dela? Danado.
Ah, mas não é tanto assim não, porque tipo, você vai dar o dano da ult primeiro. Então, tipo, vai recuperar HP.
Poder do fanfarra, mano. Eu vou com o time do Tigres lá. Ah, é! Caramba, deixa eu ver aqui. Olha aqui. Agora tem o time dos
Acertar
God,
os
mano.
dois de uma vez?
Eu tenho o time dos God. Cadê o time dos God? Furina. Furina.
Stay close and you will
Raiden,
live.
Nahida e Zhongli.
A
Meus
walk
4
would be
Arcontes.
nice.
Eu tô pensando sinceramente em usar até eu fazer um set redondinho do Bruxa Carmesim, usar o set do Neuvillette na Rutal. Pelo que o Japeta falou também dá bom.
É, tanto você usa a Furina.
É, vai ter que
É o que o
usar
pessoal
também.
falou lá. Não importa. Se você pegou a Furina, dá pra usar o set lá do coisa.
Vente chora, mano. Já tem o boss liberado, né? Sim, Churu, é só você ir aqui, ó. Você vem aqui no livrinho. Mas você só vai poder enfrentar ele single play. Você vem aqui no livrinho e vai em domínio dizimado aqui, ó. E o último boss. Sombras de Outro Mundo. Aí você já pode lutar contra ele. Tá bom? Eu não vou lutar contra ele agora porque eu quero liberar a historinha. Quero saber como que é a historinha certinha. Eu não tenho pressa mesmo. Se chegar domingo aí eu faço ele. Se eu não tiver terminado a história. Tá bom? Lembrando, rapaziada, bora deixar aquele likezão pra dar aquela força com a moral. Eu tô aqui com 2 mestres, né, do Genshin, JD e John Games.
Mestre?
Mestre.
É isso, mentiroso pra caramba.
Eu não. Tô feliz pra caramba, consegui pegar a Furina com 30 tiros na secundária. Eu ainda tô caçando ele aqui.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen? Oh, today's our big
Hoje é
day.
nosso grande
We're
dia.
supposed to leave the
Vamos
fortress
sair
of
da...
Mirapede. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Hoje é nosso grande dia, vamos sair da fortaleza. Oxe, mas tu já tava fora. Máscaras da Culpa, ato 4. Agora é só pegar o Neuvillette pra mim usar aquela porcaria daquela arma do Baizu nele. Na conta principal e boa. É capaz se eu conseguir pegar uma arma lá na conta secundária, que também tá num pit alto, eu pegar a arma da Furina, que não... É, que eu também vou usar, né? É, ela compensa. Como que aquele catalisador do Baizu é medonho, mano.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon
Só
signing.
serve pro Neuvillette
Into
mesmo.
the surface. Let's hurry up and...
O boss de ascensão dela mesmo, eu ainda tô caçando ele aqui. Sério, Churu? Tá, Bem que eu não posso falar muito que eu e o John demoramos um pouquinho pra achar ele também. Aqui, ó. Ken. Ô, Churu. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo... Amigos. Dá pra me entrar aí no seu mundo? Cadê a Churu? Tá bom. Melhor eu mostrar pra você como que entra. Deixa aqui. Você vai vir aqui, ó. O boss dela tá aqui. O boss dela tá aqui, ó. Você vai pegar esse teleporte daqui. Tá bom? Pegou o teleporte ali do meio. Aí tem um túnel ali secreto que apareceu, né? Deixa eu marcar ele aqui. Você seguia mais por aqui, ó. Por aqui você consegue seguir bem. Essa coisinha aí da foquinha. Nossa, ele nem tava no mapa novo, mano. Que desgraça. Ô, louco, você tá procurando ele no mapa novo? Tá no mapa velho. Tá no mapa velho, apareceu um túnel secreto aqui que leva pra ele, tá bom? Aí você vem aqui. Aí tá aqui, ó.
Pô, tem mais montanhas pra gente escalar, né, cara? Os caras fazem cada um. Querem porque querem fazer a gente ficar subindo montanha.
Aí o túnel tá aqui, ó. Tem um túnel bem aqui, ó, do lado daquela foquinha chefe ali. Aí é só vir aqui. Só seguir esse túnel aqui
Nossa, não pega.
que você vai conseguir. Tá bom?
Eu tô de zoeiragem também, pelo amor de Deus.
Entendeu, Churu? Mas vou ir lá depois então. Pode continuar com a história. Boa. Bora lá então continuar. Que eu quero ganhar uma espada nova.
Nossa, não chegou de novo, meu Deus.
Usa o caso.
Não tem a ver com o caso aqui.
Beleza. Deixa eu ver. Caramba, não comprei refri hoje. Vou pegar água. Preciso beber alguma coisa. Já volto aqui, gente. Rapidão.
Ah, vai. Agora o outro não destruiu. Ai, que jogo filha da puta do caramba.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Ai, ai, voltei, gente. E aí? Demorei muito? JD tá só explorando, JD.
É, agora é atrás de gema, né, mano?
Gemas.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there
This way.
something you wished?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The
Sobre
tremor
isso?
didn't originate from the
No
seafloor.
fundo do mar, na
In fact,
verdade,
it seems it
parece-
came from over the years of serving as the warden here. I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress
Tome
is
água,
okay?
água, água. Sim, toma água, mano. Água faz bem pra saúde.
If you recall,
You...
Porque não tem refrigerante, né? Toma
I
refrigerante.
believe today
água é
is
melhor.
this month.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels
já
fond
tem
of this
evento
place
hoje.
now. Then be
Não, né?
sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release
Você já
papers,
preencheu.
then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us
Ai,
off?
por que que o último é sempre o que faz a gente xingar
All
o
right,
jogo?
sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall
A
I
gente tem que
come
colocar na
along too?
linha.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon,
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
we'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirrodin is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais. You're going to see Monsieur
Não, não,
Neuvillette. Please pass.
I'm sure just your regards will do.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him
História,
that I
mano.
hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the...
Tá bom. Estamos livres. Eu estou livre. Nunca mais vou entrar dentro dessa cadeia. Sai fora, mano. Não tem missão, não tem baú, não tem gema, mano. Cadeia flop. Só tem cupom. La liberdade. Ele é condicional. Pera aí, a Paimon gosta de reformatórios? Sim. Comida de graça.
Usine de água.
Já tá fazendo. Já tá conversando com a Melusine, John?
Já, depois de meia hora tentando fazer aquela porcaria daquele puzzle ali. Igual do inferno.
Eu aconselho você ver bem o tutorial, que essas coisas são bem chatinhas.
Ah, é aquele lá de estourar bolha lá.
Que os aranas não fizeram com o John, né? Agora o John fica puto com qualquer coisa nova.
Os Aranara.
Nada. É foda, cara.
Qualquer coisa nova o John já fica com o pé atrás.
Qualquer missão que tem algum bichinho envolvido.
Aí é trauma.
É trauma.
Trauma.
Ficar me irritando essa missão. Eu vou ficar puto com esses Melusine também. Eu não tava puto com eles não.
Ah, não tem como ficar puto com as Melusine, não fizeram nada ainda. Não teve nem livrinho de ficar procurando todas as Melusine no mapa.
Oh, it's you two. Apologies.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here.
Mas nada
You
faz
can see
nada,
yourselves in.
preguiçoso e burro.
Eu tenho dó das Melusine.
Easy.
Elas sofreram pra caramba.
Na verdade foi uma só que tava lá na cidade lá que sofreu. Ninguém me falou mais das outras.
Ela foi que nem a...
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to
Todo
wait
mundo
for just a
considerava as
moment,
Melusine como
as there are
monstros,
some
mano.
urgent matters I must tend to first.
E ela
In the
lutou pelo
meantime,
direito das
please, have a
Melusine
seat.
até o final.
If you'd like.
That's all right. We just ate.
Bom,
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to
Sei
finish
lá.
his
Nunca julgue pela aparência.
deixa eu ver
Alright.
aqui. Esse daqui
Are
são
you
os que eu
done with your
peguei.
work?
Yes, sorry to keep you
Agora a
waiting.
gente vai lá pra árvore gigante.
Today should be the day you were released from
Aí
the
nisso a
fortress of
gente passa
Meripede.
aqui, passa
And it
aqui.
appears that you've managed to complete all the release papers.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
Você para um conta nevoeiro tudo que aconteceu no incidente com a água primordial,
A massive whale.
uma baleia
Do you have
gigante.
any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the
Baleia,
primordial
será que ela é
sea.
parecida
A
com aquele
whale of that
Majô
size and shape cannot
lá
usually be
do
found in the waters
ReZero?
of
Vocês já
Tibet.
assistiram ReZero?
Therefore, we can
Qual?
only assume
Não.
the child is...
Immersed in primordial sea
Aí nisso vai falar que é Resident Evil.
Eu também pensei que era Resident Evil quando ele falou. ReZero? ReZero?
ReZero.
Tem filme
Acho
do
que não.
ReZero? Eu não assisti, cara. Eu quero assistir ReZero, mano.
É o
Most people
desenho.
wouldn't be capable of
Não,
entering in the
Aí as
first
pessoas
place.
conseguiram entrar.
I'm not completely sure how he could
E o
have
pior
gotten
que
there myself.
pior que é RE0, né? E aí o Resident Evil foi lá e fez lá o Resident Evil 0. Que os pessoal coloca
It turns out that
simplificado,
I've
né?
just received a
RE0.
report about this particular matter. In fact,
Aí
that's
às vezes
exactly
cai.
what I was. The source
Esse
of the
anime é
tremor was
top,
here on
mano.
the surface
Esperando
near
sair a
Poisson.
nova temporada.
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the
É o cara
Poisson
que
area rose at
volta
an
toda
alarming
hora, né?
The
No
water levels
tempo
rose.
da morte.
Oh no.
Mas é foda que tem umas coisas bizarras, bem
Fortunately, the
psicológicas
water
assim.
levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to
É,
normal.
eu tô ligado que o cara sofre pra caramba na mão dos...
É doido, ela vê todo mundo morrer todo
is
tempo.
connected with the
Aí
leaking
ele tem que
primordial
voltar no tempo
seawater,
pra salvar.
the
Aí
situation
morre de
in
outro
Poisson may
jeito
be
e
much
tem que
worse than it
voltar de
appears.
novo. Ele vê todo mundo morrer, mano. E é só morte escrota.
Tá que nem aquele filme do Tom Cruise lá, No Limite do Amanhã.
É, parece o efeito borboleta, já viu?
Sim. Vai morrer de qualquer jeito. Você sabe que vai morrer, mas você quer tentar parar.
Ele
Não
quer
adianta.
consertar, ele
Quer
sempre
consertar
faz
e
uma
acaba
besteira.
piorando o negócio. Piora
I would
tudo.
also like to go there as
Cheguei
soon as
ao ar
possible, but
50
I'm
hoje.
afraid I
Boa,
can't
me
leave
lasco
just
lá.
yet. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose.
Please be careful.
Ai, caramba. Complicado, mano. Complicado. Complicado. O nível d'água.
Complicado e perfeitinho.
É, lá no reserva tem os majus, aí tem uma baleia gigante que voa.
Oi?
Nesse reserva do anime. Lá tem os majus, um dos majus é uma baleia voadora.
Ai, assista Sharknado. Sharknado. Um tornado com
Fanny,
tubarões.
você assistiu o filme lá do tubarão lá do Jason Statham lá? Não é tão ruim não, mano. Que bom o filme.
Caramba.
Só que acontece uns bagulho impossível, né? Mas bagulho impossível até Velozes e Furiosos, né?
Cara. Tendo uns perneu
Velozes
ombrinho
e
aqui
Furiosos
me
tem a coisa mais
atrapalha.
impossível que existe no mundo.
Oh no! What happened here?
Caramba, mano.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make...
Bora. Bora procurar. Bora, procura. Vamos achar a mulher. A nossa segunda deusa gel do jogo. Que é a primeira Niwank, né?
all the way here.
Pessoal, já voltei. Tem que sair aqui um.
Beleza, João.
Falou, Joe.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Ô, JD. O pior é que a turma tá revivendo pra caramba os bonecos, ó. A Noelle com o time de Gorou lá e a Furina no meio. Eu tô achando que a Niwank também vai ficar bem.
Tava falando mesmo. Eu vi o vídeo do Luther King lá falando disso.
Uhum. É que o negócio é esse buff que a Furina dá, mano.
Mas o buff não é pra galera, é pros bichinhos dela, né?
Não, pra todo mundo.
Eu não entendi direito esse buff dela.
Quando ela vai soltar os 3 bichinhos, quando os 3 bichinhos tá atacando, ele vai consumindo a vida dos personagens e todos os personagens vai ganhando bônus de dano. Não bônus de ataque, eu acho que é bônus.
Dano
É bônus de
elemental?
dano mesmo. Bônus de dano. Dano bruto.
Tipo dano crítico.
É, tipo dano crítico. Tipo, eles fizeram um teste lá, o Neuvillette tirando 20 e pouco de dano e com a Furina no talento 8 lá tirando 40. Junto com o Neuvillette.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly...
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken
deve ter a
leg.
perna quebrada.
He's pretty shaken up.
Balado,
When the
né?
water level rose,
Mano,
he
a
desperately
na-
climbed up to the roof.
A única coisa
Once
que
the
eu
water
não.
receded and
que eu
he saw
acho
the ground, he became terrified and
sacanagem na
eventually...
nave, mano, é que toda hora ela tá chorando, mano. Só
He
ficar.
jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident.
Understood.
Mas ela é
I'll take over his
triste,
search and
pô, a
rescue.
vida
Alright.
dela,
A vida
chora
dela.
pro pai dela e tal.
Mafiosa.
I'm sorry.
The situation?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone
A
thought
Mirror
that
foi
something might
pilantra,
have
né,
exploded
nessa
in the
área
water
nova, né?
levels.
Foi.
Ela botou
Before we
mais
knew it,
mais
water started
pão
pouring out
simples
from
do que
everywhere.
sofisticado.
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color
Não
of
vem quando
primordial
pão
seawater.
sofisticado. Só simples.
Some people didn't realize the danger
Era
and
gêmeo.
thought it was just ordinary water. Everyone on the street who happened to be
Cara, eu
close to the
peguei
water
muito
didn't have a chance to
hidrólogo
escape.
bem rápido, hein? Foi um
As the
atrás
water
do
levels
outro, que nem
rose,
você falou.
they suddenly
Hidrólogo tá um atrás do outro
disappeared.
mesmo. Tu passa e já dá o próprio.
They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground.
O negócio foi tão
Many were
estranho
injured
que
in the
eles nem
stampede,
colocaram o
and
boss da
some
Furina
people
na
fell
área
from
nova, eles colocaram na área
significant
antiga.
heights.
Tá caro lá. Vou usar minha missão de Arconte para completar minhas diárias. Verdade, é uma boa. Eu usei a exploração que eu fiz.
But the water that flooded the area
É,
contained
basta
primordial
explorar já
seawater.
conta,
Já
né?
So
pega.
the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous.
Eu tô
To
pegando todos
ensure
os
everyone's
teleportes
safety,
aqui.
I've asked the people there to
Caramba.
leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen
E o que
again.
eu vou achando no caminho eu vou pegando.
All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful.
Tem o
And
teleporte.
all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was
Muito
quite frightening
teleporte essa
indeed.
área.
Né?
I only wish that everything that just happened.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
NPC aqui
You don't know
brigando.
how much it means to me. I really
Cara, a
can't
dubladora
express
que
how
fez
grateful
isso,
I am.
a dubladora que fez isso aqui em inglês aqui, ela manja, mano, que ela tá falando chorando já faz hora.
Navia. That's what friends are for.
Vai.
Olha, esse. Ele
Hã?
usa o poder do Kakashi, ele, o Naruto. Já enfrentou esse cara, Roger, o Aversão.
Ah, o coisa arco-íris? Alguma coisa assim?
Não, o caráter de um cavaleiro.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Bicho é só dar um soco, mano. Vai uma vida do caramba.
I'll be right there.
E parece aqueles
Sorry.
NPC.
I need to go for now.
Aqueles.
And out she goes.
A gente enfrentava lá na
This
área,
might be
na
a
outra
while
área.
before she can take a break.
Não.
Não, aqueles fatores que tem vida pra caramba. Olha, matou. Quase matou.
Okay,
o nome
the
dele.
wounded are being tended. Of course, we
Oi?
should remain ready for
Observador.
anything and continue
mano.
doing our best to rescue others.
Deixa a mulher chorar,
I'll
mano.
be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render
Cara,
assistance.
a última vez quando ela fez a
Trevor?
historinha lá do pai dela, mano,
Would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
o bagulho foi triste, mano. Foi triste pra caramba.
Thank you.
Ela chorou tanto que quase eu chorei junto também. Carai.
Oxe, é pronto, mano.
Ah, é, eu queria ver aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui se eu tenho um set
Não
pra...
enfrentou ele, né?
Oi?
Acho que tu não enfrentou esse cara, né? É muito forte, mano. Ele parece aqueles fatores que tem vida pra porra.
Eu enfrentei
Nossa,
Eu enfrentei um... Eu enfrentei um coisa ali, como que fala?
E aí, Tonhão, salve. Cara, GTA 6, eu não tô tão animado assim pro GTA 6. Daria até pra comer, fazer
Enfren-
live comendo pão com ovo, mas jogar GTA 6.
Eu enfrentei
Meh.
um caçador do tesouro, JD, que tava bem... Bem
Bem
forte,
OP.
mano. Bem OP. Eu fui lá, levei uma surra dele, dar hit kill na gente com um monte de bombinha, mano. Se lascar.
Tô enfrentando uma que é só no soco, mano. O bicho é violento.
Mano, esses caras aí não tem como não, mano. Esses caras aí é só meter um escudo pra poder matar os caras.
Ele quebra o escudo
É
do
que nem
Zong.
Ele quebra o escudo do Zong?
Sim, o ataque hit kill dele taca 5 bombas e vai todo mundo pro saco, mano. Matou Zong, matou escudo, matou todo
Ah,
mundo.
mano, que merda que eu fiz.
O negócio é esquivar.
A lot of
Tem que
people
esquivar
here, huh?
quando ele taca as bombinhas.
Well, given the time of day and the whole...
Right. That's how
Não,
things
esquivar
are
também
now.
não é um problema.
The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Ah, começou a chorar já. Se lascar, mano. Não, não chora.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
Pode, você vai fazer a história e você vai ficar dando um spoiler pros outros aí.
Malus and Silver. They won't
Não é
ever
spoiler
come
esse
back here
daqui.
again.
Começou a
Você vai
chorar.
ficar dando spoiler aí, Edilson. Você vai ficar dando spoiler. Vai,
Não, não vou dar.
desliga sua voz aí, Edilson.
Vou ficar quietinho.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he
Desci ele,
rests.
mas foi sofrido.
But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
O cara é
I just can't.
de aluno do Kai, ele, mano. Tá no soco.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect.
I can understand.
Bicho é
Besides,
bruto.
the scenery here isn't half bad.
Achei o boys. Achou, Shiro?
It's
Boa.
not just me. I always want to bring something when I
Ah,
visit
mano.
Papa.
O S4 tá duplicando as
Perhaps we
mensagens.
might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Realmente.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home.
Buying yourself a plot in advance.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey,
Morreu
stop
só
joking around.
I'm
Oh,
quite
Maconha.
serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
A gente tem que apelar com esses bichos aí, não dá pra ir qualquer boneco não,
Two of
mano.
us could certainly be
Tem que ir com os
considered
bonecos pra
Master's
quebrar os
closest
bichos.
companions.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
A gente chegar ali
Are you
de
bringing
bobinho
this
ali, a gente
up all
acaba
of a
morrendo.
sudden? Seriously? But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a
puzzle.
trip? I'd make the journey
Bem
even if I had
difícil.
to visit you two somewhere
É,
else.
mano. Coitada dela.
I'd promised
Triste.
to let them rest in peace here.
Tem que fazer puzzle, tem que fazer
Here I
puzzle.
am breaking that
Tem dois.
Tem que colocar escudo, tem que
I'm
colocar
sorry
buff, tem
for letting you
que...
see me in a mess like this.
E pior que tudo
don't
agora
usually
não
cry,
congela mais,
really.
né? Sacanagem, né?
Doesn't know how to
Oi?
help you
Pelo amor de
feel
Deus.
better. But
I'd always thought I
Congelar
could make my
morre.
wishes come true.
Tem dois.
Now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
you can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims.
Não veio outro domínio de artefato, né?
Burnett,
Acho que não.
Vernie, Francine,
Tem pelo menos aqueles domínios que dão
Daisy Dizzy
Gelo
Ray,
pra gente? Não, também.
Joinville,
Não.
Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Eita.
the knave? What are you doing here?
Ah, is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Carai.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so...
Mutual aid is
pelo menos
essential to
também
fostering
eles
positive
colocaram
developments. We were
bastante
already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
plantinha da
That
Purina
said,
também, né?
I must say
Mas
that
só
you're a
tem
lot
nessa
sharper
parte de
than you
cima
let
também.
on.
A parte
I'm
da
sure
baixo
you
não tem.
understand
Então,
what I mean.
também não é
Não,
tão
sim,
espalhado.
sim, eu achei bom isso também. Eu achei bom. Que é só numa parte só e
We've never
pouco.
worked with a
Você tem que
Fatui
andar pouco.
before, and it's extremely important for us
É
to
que nem
know
o
who we're
do
working
Cavé.
with.
Cavé você só anda
My
pouquinho ali.
subordinates have reported that Fatui
tudo
soldiers
juntinho.
have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various
Ah,
locations.
agora
This is
que eu
nothing to
vi.
brag
Mais
about,
10
nor
tiros
do
eu
I
já entro no
intend
pit
to.
já.
It
Tô
is
com
simply the way of
68
powerful
tiros. Mais
organizations
10
to
dá
act
78.
forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill.
Já pode vir, ou
You've witnessed that
fiorinha,
firsthand.
ou tomara
As
que
I've told this
venha
traveler before,
Dignidade.
I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing
É
that.
foda, mas eu
As
não
such,
tenho nenhuma
do not be
perspectiva de
troubled by
upar
this token of our
Kikiris.
sincerity. Perhaps one day you'll also be able to
Kiki,
help
mano,
me
como é que
in
você
the
vai
same
upar
way.
Kiki?
Perspectiva.
Without your help,
Então,
Pra
é
quê?
tipo 5 estrelas, né?
Furthermore,
Legal ver
I
90 lá.
sincerely regret
Grande-
what happened
grande
to
coisa ser
Malus
5
and
estrelas.
Silver. I only
don't say that. You
Quer
and
dizer
your
nada.
subordinates did as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now,
Tem lobo da ruína aqui.
I'm sorry for your loss,
Colocou
Miss
só baú
Water is
simples.
life to
Caramba,
Fontaine's
só baú
people,
simples que eu
and
tô
it
achando.
also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent
Só
fate.
pra não dar muita
Fortunate.
gema.
so you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
E... Cara, eu acho muito bonito
By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more
esse
thing.
olho da serva, mano.
Alright, then we'll
Bonito pra
just...
caramba.
That is a clever and useful conversation.
É, Deus,
technique,
como é que completa a
which I
missão
do
aqui
like to
no
use when
salgueiro
necessary.
aqui?
But there's no need
árvore.
today. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that
Como
I
assim?
said we could
Você
work
não...
together
Você
when
tem
we
que se
have a
livrar
chance.
das
You and I both know that there may be
das
issues
pedrinhas.
with the
Não, ou
primordial
você se livrou
sea.
das
tem
coisinhas
pedrinha
roxas.
aqui.
It was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the
Pedrinha que
House
tem
of the
aqui,
Hearth's
tem pedrinha
intelligence
aqui.
network with
Calma
you.
aí, deixa eu entrar aí na
During
sua
some
aí.
recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to
John.
ancient times and seem to be worth investigating
Ficou
in
bonito essa
many
capa sua.
ways.
Da hora, né?
Ficou legal. Tá, aqui tá. O que tá escrito aí na missão? Não dá pra mim ver, tá muito pequenininho.
Procure pela chave perto do Salgueiro Chorão.
Pela chave? Ah, tá bom. Perto do Salgueiro é lá no meio mesmo. Ah, tá aí, ó. É só você tem que decorar o caminho que essa coisa vai mostrar, porque depois elas somem. Tá. Ah não, essa daí é só flutuar até chegar lá no topo. Tem que cair em cima dos...
Ah não, é John. Se é esse que eu tô pensando que eu acabei de fazer.
Não, já passou o negócio.
Passou.
Tô fazendo.
Aí, agora sim.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration.
Não, mas não é esse aqui não.
This
Vou
disaster
pôr uma chave
struck,
aqui.
and at present, we're all busy
Vou saber onde tá a
prioritizing.
chave.
That's why the Fatui were already in
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Nossa,
Linny
tem um
told
negócio aqui
me
no
that
meio.
outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Nossa, quanta coisa.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and
Que
Fremine
vai de
said
meu
that they also see you
Estefanto.
as such,
Nunca
even though
vi.
you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they
Eu
consider
consigo
their
ver essa
friendship
chave
with you
com
to
um
be.
negócio elemental?
That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda...
The intel I just shared about the
Deve ser
ruins could fetch a
missão.
high price. But since the children consider
Tava
you
cochilando
family,
com o
it's
celular
only
na cara.
natural that I
É complicado, né?
Excuse me, but may I tag?
You wish to join,
Cadê?
Miss?
Cadê
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes.
Pegando todos
but
os
I can't
teleportes.
just go back and plot myself into a... There's no point in being
Só
depressed.
pegando o que
Besides,
aparece na frente.
I-
Se tiver muito longe, eu nem vou atrás.
Ai, cadê a
Since you
porra
put it
dessa
that
chave,
way,
velho?
I have no objection. All right.
Mas
The
apesar
ruins
que
are
tem
to the south.
Okay,
hidráulico aqui, onde tá
Bora lá então.
embaixo. Do jeito ele tá dentro do barco.
Caramba,
ó,
mano.
sabe?
Tá tão difícil pegar rank
Precisa
58.
de 3 chaves, eu peguei só uma. Eu
3
peguei uma
chaves
chave, não sei aonde, são 3 chaves.
pra abrir um portãozinho que tem um hidróloco e uns baús? Tá tudo aí junto, JD.
É,
Tem.
acabei de achar uma.
Tem um em cima, tem um no cantinho perto de uma construçãozinha quebrada e o outro tá junto com os carinha lá. Um pouquinho mais afastado, dentro de uma caixinha, tem outro aí. Mas tá bem pertinho do outro.
Só porque essa chave tá debaixo d'água, Edilson?
Não, estão tudo na terra.
Ah, tomando.
Não, calma aí. Você tá falando do que, John? Que eu respondi o JD. Eu tô...
Esquece disso. Esquece,
É que tem um puzzle que tem 3 chaves. Tem que catar 3 chaves que estão ali. Tudo juntinhas. Num tipo de coisa de ferro, tudo destruído, destroçado. Aí tem um hidráulico lá pra pegar.
Já peguei as 3 chaves.
Boa.
so are these the ruins ones the
Cadê
neighbors
os bichos
talking
pra
about?
destruir esse negócio também?
They seem to be pretty ancient.
Let's go in and have a...
Just be careful.
E esse galho, isso é alguma missão, né? Item de missão, né? É isso.
Qual?
Um galho. Eu peguei 2 galhos aqui.
Eu peguei um só. Ou peguei 2? Deixa eu ver aqui.
Deve ter pego 2. Pegou esse
aí.
aqui e eu peguei mais outro.
Calma aí. Item de missão. Ele tá no item de missão?
Eu nem sei. Sei que aparece um galho ali que eu peguei.
Eu peguei 3 galhos até agora. Galho da floresta nevoenta. Eu tenho 3.
Paciência fazer mais essas coisas não, de ficar procurando coisas que não tem. Cadê?
Gema. A gente precisa de gemas. Precisa beber água, gente. Beber água. Bora lá. Eu estou aqui. Se eu consigo liberar aqui, fazer o boss semanal da Furina no multiplayer.
O John tá jogando Genshin, ó. Força do ódio.
Caramba. É.
Ah, tem hora que é foda.
É que é complicado, porque tipo... Não sei, é meio complicado as coisas.
Quase nada aqui, o John tá ficando bom.
Podia tá ficando...
Tá bom.
Não tá tendo paciência pras coisas mais.
Ah, não tem paciência não.
Tem sim, você ficou lá no The Witcher lá um bom tempo.
The Witcher é uma coisa.
Como não tem
Caralho, por que não pegou o poder do bicho ali? Desgraça de negócio.
E aí, né? Querendo bater. Sai daqui.
Poder que essa bosta aqui também. Mas por que ele não tá dando poder essa desgraça, né? Esse bicho?
Uma missão aqui. Vou logo pegar essas missões. Não sei se eu vou passar aqui. Não sei.
What? Over here isn't safe.
There is no escape.
Cara, qual que é o poder dessa porca desse bicho aqui?
O Raimundo. Raimundo. Vamos dizer que é o Raimundo, é o Raimundo.
Bem que podia ter umas florzinhas aqui da Furina aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui. Salve, mestre Eric! Boa noite pra você, pra sua família. Por que tinha que ter lobos da fenda no novo mapa? Negócio chato de Deus.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're
Meu
not
próximo
saying you're
teleporte,
useless.
ainda tem
It's
mais
just that
3 ali.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Mas dali eu acho que eu vou por ali, que é mais rápido.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here, I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please.
Isso aí. Com a Furina, eles se dão bem, mano. É, com a Furina. Ô, mestre Eric, mano, consegui pegar a Furina lá na secundária também. Consegui pegar ela lá com 30 tirinhos, veio. A monstruosa.
Let's try climbing over from the side.
Matei a nave. Calma aí. Pra cá. Tem que vir pra cá. Tá errado? Ah não, tem um lugar pra subir ali. Pô. Cegueta. Top demais. O único complicado é que eu não tenho coisa pra upar tanto personagem, mano. Eu tô sofrendo pra upar os que eu tenho lá ainda. Eu nem consegui terminar a build do Vente. Ele tá full sombra verde, mas não consegui terminar ainda. O Wesley e o Novelete estão mal buildados, né? Estão mais ou menos buildados, né? Não tão top ainda. A Shang Ling tá quase terminada. A Yelan tem que terminar de buildar. Muito complicado. E agora chegou a Furina lá.
Wait, there's something wrong with this river.
Cutscene! Carai! Negócio chato, deu. Meu Deus. Fui spoilado. Ai, caramba. Carai, mano do céu. E agora?
Demoiselle.
Ah, não, por que a gente veio aqui pra baixo então?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh,
Yes, it would have...
I must...
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Eu já recebi muito spoiler só com os
right.
vídeos recomendados.
I nearly forgot.
Eu não vi nenhum. Só vi vídeo de build.
It must have slipped my mind. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny?
We were headed to see how...
Ah, right. Yes.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see
Dormir,
all of you.
Adilson. Salve, Narida. Como você tá?
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required.
Cadê o poder do bicho? Acabou?
Witness, Navia.
Eu não
These
saí
are
da
some
água.
flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope
Dei
you
mais
won't
um
refuse.
tiro e nada da Furina, mano. Vai pegar a Furina? Sim, mudei de ideia. Eu falei na Rida que você ia pegar a Furina, mano. Você não vai aguentar esperar a
we do still have some empty
Ana
flower
Rida.
pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for...
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
That's right. Is something...
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard... I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial...
My trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
Isso não é pra odiar um negócio desse.
Tu fala a boca. Como assim? Não entendi.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
E
Two attendants are with her.
deu que eu coloquei a benção da lua pensando que não ia conseguir pegar a Furina na conta. Acabou que eu peguei.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you respond. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well...
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably...
A gente tá debaixo d'água.
And with you being so important, we could... Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare
Por que a Camilo tá falando Camiluzine e a outra menina tá falando Camiluzine também? A gente tá debaixo d'água.
Não é a primeira vez
telepatia?
Eu acho que é. Só pode.
Porra, é essa, velho?
Fazendo missão de Fontaine? Sim, ô Narida, eu tô fazendo a história aqui porque...
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
É muito fácil falar que eles falam por telepatia, já que eles não abrem a boca.
Remember now.
Yeah.
Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of...
Demoiselle, don't admit
Tá
guilt.
debaixo da
This
água
trial
mesmo,
needs to keep you here
porcaria
forever.
aqui.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady.
Que ódio.
Mr. Schwanfield, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Isso deve ser lembrança. Terminei tudo. Não, eu acho que isso daqui é um debate mesmo. Tipo, ela tentando lutar pra sobreviver e os caras tentando prender ela. Tá bem foda isso aqui, mano. Tá legal. Tá legal. Não, você não sabe o que tá acontecendo.
Tem alguém prendendo alguém.
Caramba. Ali, o Zé da padaria ali, foi ele comprar pão, voltou. E aí, spoiler isso daí?
Claro, o cara foi comprar pão.
Mas você não sabe qual cara.
O Zé da padaria, você acabou de falar.
Mas tem vários.
Não, aí você tá querendo...
Os NPC do jogo são todos iguais, só muda o lugar.
Deixa eu destruir esse negócio já.
Independente! Credo.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have
em mim.
Silver and I shall, and that.
Oh, o bicho saiu do lugar.
My head.
Demoiselle.
Silver.
É que vocês não entenderam, mas ela caiu na pan, então ela tá assim, pan.
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit
Isso, agora sim.
But they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority. And in the nation of Tron, don't let them escape. We shall keep
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver.
Eu ainda acho que eles deviam achar um jeito da gente usar os nossos poderes de baixar.
Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
What?
She says we're jealous. Jealous?
Caramba.
How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Isso vai dar spoiler.
Não vou dar spoiler.
Silence.
Eita! Eita! Silence! Silence! Assim. Só vão...
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Só de ver esse monte de falação aí já me dá sono. É complicado, mano. Isso realmente é complicado, porque não acontece nada a não ser...
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any
Nossa, tem lagarto de água.
Our thanks,
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Chorando de novo, mano.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Falei pra vocês, gente? Falei pra vocês que era aquilo de lá? Não é lembrança não, mano. Edilson, no final da missão eu quase chorei. Cara, a última missão que teve com a nave, mano, eu quase chorei também. Que ela contou do pai dela lá e as coisas lá, porra. As caras.
Vocês
sério,
são muito sentimental. Que isso?
John tem coração de pedra.
John fala quando
When I
O
arrived, I
Xiao ia
found you
morrer,
falling
ele
toward the
chorou
water.
também.
You were just
Claro
about
que
to be
não,
dissolved within. I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you.
Papai do Xiao
It
tava
was
lá
only
pra salvar
were it
ele.
not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Ele falou, garoto.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Não foi eu que dei essa visão pra você, mas você não merece morrer, não.
Caramba, mano. Então
vai
aquela...
continuar sendo sad boy.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Hmm? Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps the...
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the
É engraçado como o jogo faz a gente ser amigo de Hillichur pra depois matar ele na próxima skin.
É, mas credo, nunca fiquei de vontade de cheirar por jogo, não sei.
Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to
Não, tem jogo que realmente faz a gente chorar, sabe?
Eu acho que o único que... Depende da história. Depende da história. O final de Final Fantasy X lá, mano, foi triste pra caramba também.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
O final do Final Fantasy X foi quase que eu passei vergonha. E o da Navia também, é a última história que teve com a Navia lá no tribunal lá, quase que eu passei vergonha também.
Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the Knave tell
Meu
you?
olho já tava meio aguando já.
I had
Caralho,
arranged to
mano,
meet
não
you
vou
in
não.
Poisson, but
Calma.
when I arrived, amid my astonishment, I ran into the Knave. We had a chat. She informed me that she had asked...
Yeah, we originally...
Love a destruction.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right, another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
A gente só para com o vento aqui, a gente não destrói aquele negócio ali?
A gente vai destrói tudo. Você vai se livrar daquilo de vez.
Aquela bolha de água ali?
Isso. Ou não. Agora você me pegou por causa que depois dessa missão vai lá pro outro lado. Carai! Virou Uncharted! Uou!
Como se alguém tivesse jogado Uncharted.
Quem não jogou em Uncharted, mano?
Eu.
Sério?
Um jogo cópia do... Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider. Quem que é Tomb Raider, mano? Quem sabe o que é esse jogo, Tomb Raider?
Só pra ter um protagonista masculino.
Que é foda.
Se alguém gostasse de protagonista masculino.
Ah, o... Como que é o nome do velhinho lá? Eu esqueço o nome do velhinho lá. Mano, Uncharted, mano! Caralho! Ah, eles tinham que colocar uns bagulho desse assim, mais direto, mano. Esse daqui é muito bom, mano. Sensação que o personagem vai morrer a qualquer hora. Isso daqui que é exploração de ruína, mano. Pô. Passo. Isso daí não é spoiler, né?
Será?
Eu acho que não. Contando nada crucial.
Torn to oblivion.
É, mano. Eu vi essa bugada, hein? Você viu? Eu tentei pular ali, o Zongli ficou todo bugadão.
Pronto, os teleportes
The show begins.
e todos. Teleporte nessa parte.
Quantos que ela ficou? Um 8.
Já deve ter tarado já do Genshin que já postou no grupo lá, já fez tudo 100%.
Caralho.
Certeza, verdade, verdade. Virou noite, né? Ah, os caras já tá com a Furina no 90. No primeiro dia.
90 com o talento upado já.
Agora, como que faz o talento tudo upado? Não tem como. O drop de coisa semanal.
Não, talento não tem como não. O talento vai até o 8.
Até o 8, é o máximo.
Looks like
E
we
um
reached
só
the
ainda.
end.
E um só.
This is the place.
Vai arriscar com
There should
8.
not be any other hidden space.
The path sure had some
Posso
twists
estar
and
falando
turns,
besteira,
but
mas eu não
it
vi o
turns
do
out
Luder
that this
King
place
tudo
isn't
10 já.
actually that big.
Luder King. Luder King. Caramba, agora que você falou verdade, mano. Eu acho que eu vi isso mesmo também.
Eu vi ele falando
Eu
lá,
vi-
mostrando que
eu
upa
vi
só a
10,99?
2,10. Não, eu vi
Não.
2,10. Não sei.
Eu vi 9,10.
Não, ele
Mas
fez
não,
10,
acho que não
10,
era
ataque
isso, não.
normal,
Eu acho
ataque
que era-
normal não upado e só ult
E a habilidade. E a habilidade, só usa a
10,
habilidade.
4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates.
Pior que eu vi um vídeo, eu vi lá o cara falando duas coroas já.
There's
Mano, tem como colocar duas coroas, velho.
Clemency.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the
Jesus.
third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And
Meu Deus, você já
is
pegou a
there a
Furina?
group of people around her? But
The fourth image. I
Cadê?
know this one.
Eu não.
This exactly matches
Falei
the
que eu dei
content of
50
the
tiros, não
prophecy.
veio?
The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Eu não se
And only
importa
the
depois de
Hydro
eu entrar no
Archon
seu
will
mundo
remain,
pegar a sword da
weeping
Furina.
on her throne.
É, né? Falta 10 tiros pra vir alguém.
Você vai dar quando os 10 tiros?
More information should be
Só
hidden in
quando
the
juntar.
slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Agora que eu tô com um
Most likely
tiro.
due to us missing the
Falta
first
fazer a
slate.
BIM também.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Nervalet.
Esperar os eventos que
Deciphering
vão.
ancient stone slates, it
ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking
Só
at
jogar
these
essas
slates.
tapuletas, né?
This says that it's
Mano.
the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy
Ó,
should
tá
come
10-10, mano.
I
Tô te
really
falando.
É?
Do Luder King.
Eu vi um 10
de ver
também.
aqui.
Agora como?
Tá
Não
10,
sei. Não sei como os caras fazem isso. Porque você precisa de pelo menos 6 pra você
Ele
colocar. Não, 6 não.
É,
Pra você colocar 2 no 10, você precisa de. O 7 e o 8 são 2. O 9 são mais 2. Aí vai pra 4 e 6. Pra você colocar uma habilidade no 10.
Eu acho que deve ser servidor privado que ele deve ter pegado e colocado pra ver se ela ficar no máximo.
Não sei, esse aqui já tá 10-10 no vídeo dele. Acabei de ver agora aqui.
Eu
vi
acho que é isso. Eu acho que é servidor privado.
That's right. If the images
Mas
are in
se vem-
chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls in?
And yet the order is
Nossa,
reversed
a
here.
ordem está invertida aqui. A segunda imagem também é bem
If we go
preocupante.
by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might
Posso
be
colocar
the
uma
previous
cutscene da
Hydro-Archon.
Furina pra quem...
Egeria, then.
Posso
I had
colocar
never
uma
met her,
cutscene da
but her
Furina pra quem
appearance
quiser
here does
spoiler.
match the records.
Qual cutscene?
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating...
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people...
But who would have created these slates and left these words
Deixar as
here?
palavras aqui.
It seems that any
Parece-
further clues will have to come from Furina.
Ah,
In that case,
Dilson,
there's no time to
o
lose.
sabugueiro lá
There's
não,
nothing
não
else to be
apareceu mais pronto lá não.
Better get somewhere
Ele não
safe
ficou
for
azul?
now.
Não.
Então você não terminou. Ele fica toda... Ele... Você salva o sabugueiro lá. Ele fica todo azulão. Parece até uma cutscene. Você matou o tumor?
Não.
Ah, então você não mata, não terminou ainda. Tem que matar o tumor.
E depois do negócio da fonte?
O tumor tá embaixo do sabugueiro. Ah, era a missão da Melusine. A Melusine lá com o olho meio demoníaco lá. Ai, ai. Acho que eu peguei rank 58, né? Não peguei? Nem percebi. Distraí aqui, nem vi se eu peguei o rank 58.
Let's split up here.
Fonte flui
I'm
novamente.
going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be.
You
Vou
still
fazer isso
have
aqui.
energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work
É
today.
descansar de fazer essa
Rest well,
missão, né?
everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone
São grandes
slates.
pra porra.
I'm sure that you're concerned about
Que
this
vocês-
matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
Eles aumentaram as quantidades de pino?
Considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you as ever. So
Ou
please
toda
don't
vez.
think you're an
Ou era 200 mesmo?
I'll be on my way then.
Agora eu não lembro.
É, dos dentro mesmo.
Fiquei curioso agora. Ficou curioso? Nave de vete. Espina de Rossella. E acabou-se. Quero ver se eu peguei rank 58. Quero tiros. Pegar rank 60 pra me pegar 10 tiros entrelaçados de banner
Welcome back.
exclusivo.
Yay! And there's good food too!
Consegui deixar a Furina no 80.
Conseguiu? Eu falei pra você que você ia conseguir.
Happened today.
Olha quem apareceu. Quem é vivo sempre aparece.
Quem? Raimundo Nonato.
A deusa. A deusa Hydra.
Two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
O que a Mona tá fazendo aí?
A Mona é a deusa do destino, né? Então.
Também é de água.
Também de água. Aonde tem uma profecia, ela tá junto, mano. É isso. Oxe, a Mona, mano. A Mona é a Mona, a astróloga número 1
Eu sei que a Mona tá ali, Edilson.
Eu sei. Isso daí eu falei porque eu vi lá no grupo lá que postaram. Senão eu não ia falar pra você.
É, postando spoiler no grupo.
Mas não fui eu.
Whenever they've got
Eu nem
time to
sabia.
just see who they'll meet on the road.
Olha,
Still, we didn't
Não era
expect to see
assim.
you here.
Eu não.
Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona? Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I
Devia
booked a
expulsar
hotel
todo
in
mundo
the
coloca
city. I was
spoiler.
just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Megatrus.
Yeah, let's go
O
with that.
quê? What the
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some
Vai
other
falta
thing.
pouquinho agora, né?
Either
Se eu
way,
pegar
the
do
old hag told
JD
me when
ali,
she took me as her disciple that the
já
first
consigo
step to
colocar lá
being
no
a great
90 já.
astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really.
Porque é só 45 que a gente pega mais de 60 anos.
So I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place
Ah,
of
não, é
surnames,
60.
it generally just
Não, mas a
means
gente pega
great.
mais de 60.
Grande.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
Deixa eu ver aqui,
Put that into your
talento.
genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a
sim.
name like this as well, if I were to
Aqui
take
nem
one.
dá pra colocar mais de 6 aqui, ó. Já preciso do negócio do boss lá.
Barbalok Trismegistus.
Astromante Berbalotes Trismegistus. Nossa! Carai, que nome difícil! Os caras só sabem fazer nome difícil, mano.
Whoa, that's a
Ai,
long
por que
one.
que você tá upando o
Does it
ataque?
also mean great or something?
O talento dela?
My
Por
name
quê?
means
Porque eu
Moon, the great
upei
astrologist.
foi pra pegar talento tudo, velho.
In plain speech, the
Porque eu
thrice as great
posso.
scholar of the
Tenho
stars.
recurso, tá?
Just take it as a
Olha,
title specific to
recurso. Eu farmei tudo isso aqui de recurso pra poder fazer isso. Deixar ela 10/10. Sabe aquela mina? Barra 10/10/10?
Just how she is. She
Postão
used to call
liso.
herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name
Foi
to
só
Trismegistus.
2 meses fazendo isso aqui.
Talk about excessive.
Que exagero. Ai, cara.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right.
Chega
keep
assim,
up. You can look at...
sabe aquela mina 10/10/10?
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes.
É a terra do
My
Joe.
parents migrated to Dormanport.
Agora eu vou
and I traveled
colocar
through Hag for a while, after
tudo
which I
10 na...
settled down at...
Deixa eu ver.
That's a good
Se a
thing
Jean
then.
já tá, já.
At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're
Não,
aware
ela tá
that
no
a bunch of
999.
things have happened here in Fontaine, right?
Sim.
I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting
Formar
too
resistência,
close
só
to any
preciso
water
formar
that's
resistência
strange
pra
or
ela.
insane. There's
Aí já
something
deixa ela tudo
ominous about
10/10.
it. Well, the water, I mean.
Agora vai fazer parte do meu novo time de Rutal.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about... The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altiva. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate
Será
of
que
the
essa é a
world.
última...
Disregarding it would be a
É a
mistake.
última... Como é? Área nova de
Visionary?
Fontaine, não, né?
Sounds really powerful.
Acho que
and
não,
all,
tem
but
mais uma
does
ainda.
such a person really exist?
Acho
Que
que tem
nem o
mais
de
uma.
ou duas.
The old
Porque
hag could do
os...
it.
A próxima área
Bet there are others
que vai
amongst
vir
those
vai
Hexen
ser
Circle
do...
colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Vai ser a de... Ai, como é que fala? A de monstro de lá, né? Vai ser o coisa. Aí depois vai ter uma outra área.
Porque
Are you sure?
a fonte, eu acho que vai chegar no máximo no
All
40.
right, I'll help you. It isn't often
Creio
that
que ela
I
vai
see you with
chegar
such a
já.
serious look on your face.
Ó, cheguei nas raízes aqui, Edilson.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Tumor consumidor na raiz. Cadê esse tumor?
Oops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there.
Oh,
I'll go tend to my
não,
own
não.
business
Que
now.
isso, que isso, que
If I
isso?
res-
O que aconteceu?
Não, o que vocês estão fazendo aqui?
And there she goes, quick as rushing
Não faz nem
water.
sentido você estar
And here
aqui.
we are with the Spina guy
Nada
giving
faz
us
sentido.
suspicious looks.
Ai, caramba. Bora lá, a história tá boa.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon still feels... But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see
Ah, não, atrapalha não, bicho. Ah, porra, velho.
Pram, pram.
Vai dizer que vocês estão aqui só pra...
Só pra fazer
ficar
o
dando-
caos. Bora lá, mano. Tá, tá tenso pra pegar que 58, mano. Caramba, não chega nunca.
You're here, finally.
Olha, o tumor mais legal de enfrentar foi o Edina Azul.
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they
Azul foi
seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Eita. Eita, mas já?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about... But you found them in some ancient ruins,
That's correct. Which is why I came to
Nossa,
ask
que
you
negócio
some
chato,
questions.
pelo amor de
There
Deus.
should have been 4 slates, but
Ah,
one of them was
esse tipo
missing.
de luta
The other 3 feature different
tinha que ser
images that seem
bonito
to correlate to
de
the
jogos de
prophecy.
RPG.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this
cadê o
either?
bicho?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Esse não é irritado.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
É que ele não sabe lidar com as pessoas, mano. É complicado. Ele é que nem o Zonk.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the
Neuvillette.
sly.
Neuvillette e Zonk
This is
são
not
iguais.
strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your
Caramba.
behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh, the opera's about to start.
Nossa, não sei o que aconteceu ali não. Não sei o que aconteceu ali.
Did Farina not
Só
notice
sei
us
que
standing
todo
by
mundo
the
morreu.
door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while.
Caraca, eu tô sentindo que vai dar merda, mano. Vai dar muita merda.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason.
Rapaziada, é complicado.
Our discussion reached impasses time and again. A state still I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding.
Vocês usar um pouco a massa cinzenta. Isso daí não foi feito pelo estagiário, não, mano. Foi feito por... O estagiário foi mandado embora. Isso é tudo culpa do John. Ficar reclamando do estagiário, mandaram ele embora, colocaram outra pessoa agora.
O que você tá falando?
Esses puzzles novos da área. Os puzzles da área nova não foi o estagiário que fez, não, mano. De tanto você ficar reclamando do estagiário, mandaram o estagiário embora e colocaram outras pessoas. Agora o estagiário só vai fazer evento.
Mano, tá um nível mesmo assim, médio pra difícil.
É, tá médio pra difícil. Coisa bem... Tem que usar um pouquinho a massa cinzenta.
Somente esse de nota musical.
Ah, isso não tá difícil, não.
Eu acho meio chato, não é difícil. É chato posicionar aquela merda lá.
Posicionar e estourar ao mesmo tempo.
Então, é isso que eu tô reclamando, aquela porcaria ali, pelo amor de Deus, velho. Nossa, mano.
É chato mesmo. Cheguei numa parte ali que é só ele, mano.
Alguns
4 puzzles junto disso.
Caramba, um monte de baú flutuante. Se tiver ouro ali, é mentira.
A Melusine deixou aí pra você?
É.
Ela sumiu porque ela foi catar os baús pra você. Eu falei, cara, morreu. Ela volta com um monte de baú flutuante. Ai, ai. E aí, Melasco, o que você tá achando da história até agora? Tô achando bem interessante o negócio.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
É todo mundo.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families
Tem
should
baús
do.
danados pra eu
Sit
pegar
and
lá
enjoy a leisurely
tirar
time
foto.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know. Care for a cup?
Não, aquele que mostra os baús.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or
Aí é
perhaps
vontade.
one of you might like to start us off. How about
Não
you,
tem
Fred?
mais, né? Deve ter local novo já.
Me?
São 15 fotos.
How about you, good sir?
Você pegou mais de 15 baús no canal de foto, não tem mesmo.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess...
That was a little long-winded.
Carai, tá
don't you
todo
think?
mundo aqui.
Oh.
E aí, Edilson, me ajuda aí. O que aconteceu, Gabriel?
To cut
Fala
to
aí.
the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Eu disse não gosto de ajudar, mas...
As
Eu
for what
gosto de
that
ajudar, eu
is,
ajudo
well,
todo mundo.
Let's start by saying
Me
that
dá
we'll be
uma
pooling our
bênção, por
efforts together
favor.
to create a
Deus
series
te
of
abençoe.
books.
Ajuda
Oh,
Deus te
how
abençoe, meu
intriguing.
menino.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause,
Você tem minha
please.
bênção, mano. Pode seguir em frente no seu joguinho.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating
Você não
this?
disse.
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Noah.
A
In that
braba.
case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette,
I've also gone diving to...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly.
Por quê?
So the hunters have blended back into
Mas
society,
é sério mesmo,
taking up
preciso
arms
muito
in
de
other
uma
lines of
benção
work.
da lua.
They
Tô
even
chato
left a
tentar
unique
pegar
methodology of hunting
Charlotte
in their
por
wake. A trap comprises of the
Ele
following
ready pra vir.
components.
Complicado, mano.
If
for
Complicado.
me, I would prefer something. Our line of work requires a deft hand.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes,
JD.
and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
Posso entrar aí,
I'm
JD?
quite the multitasker, if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more
Completei ali
stable
já a
methods,
missão.
like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Cadê aqui?
Calm and
Ué,
steady.
qual que é o JD?
Exactly the kind of person who would catch
And I can be their assistant.
with discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related...
That makes sense.
E aí, Gabriel?
You usually solve problems directly, but I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective,
Como é que você
but
tá?
bring no harm to the prey.
Terminar de
A more
pegar as
gentle
flores
trap
da
would be ideal.
purpurina aqui.
Kind as always.
Eu só vou pegar no
Our
meu
intention doesn't
mundo.
necessarily
Aí
change
no
the
mundo do
containment
Adilson
device
ali
and
eu
the type
peguei
of
mais
implement.
tanto.
If we wanted to kill the prey
E
in
agora eu
one
preciso
strike,
só de
we would
mais
need a
40
powerful
aqui
implement.
no mundo do
However,
JD.
that also
E já
goes for
fecha.
prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait. What?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can
Aí
snare
depois eu não
it.
preciso pegar mais.
So,
We hadn't thought
Ele
of seeing
teleporta
ourselves as
debaixo da
hunters.
água.
It kinda works, but
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going
Tá,
on.
vamos pegar aqui.
Metáfora de Clorinde era isso, a metáfora. Se sou chamado para acaso por aqui. Vamos fazer agora. Precisam são segredos.
Adilson mó desumilde, negando uma benção. Cara, o pior é que se for pedir pra mim, eu também vou negar também. Porque eu sou desumilde que eu não tenho nada.
Caramba, mano, a história tá tomando um rumo muito foda, mano. Socorro, 11%. 11%?
Bateria? Faz um sorteio de benção. Ah, pra fazer sorteio de benção, primeiro eu preciso ter...
Precisa ter uma benção.
Não. Mais simples.
Ter
É
dinheiro?
só se inscrever no canal aí, fazer parte da turma de John Games aí. Aí quando sobrar um dinheiro eu faço. Mas aí tem que todo mundo se inscrever lá. O cara quer ganhar e não quer dar, mano? Que isso.
Lá ele? Essa história de dar. Lá ele. Eu não quero fazer essas coisas não, mano. Deixar pro JD.
Aí fica melhor.
Deixar pro JD.
Ah, mas eu tenho uns negócios legais aqui. Eu tenho uns 2 jogos pra fazer sorteio. É o Storm 4 e o... Ai, como chamou outro jogo? Acho que é o Persona. Persona...
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon, after all, you're the most reliable person in
Persona
the
é
world,
um
aren't
RPG,
you?
ganhou jogo do ano em
Did you just
2015.
pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be
Do
frightened.
Naruto Storm,
I'm
Naruto
just
Storm,
joining you
Storm
two for
4.
tea. I mean,
Who's that voice?
ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Vê se eu coloco uma hora.
The voice from the sky, I fear
O
that
problema é
description
que
is wrong. You're feeling lost now.
é que é
Just
mais
as you were
complicado do que
feeling
parece fazer
previously.
sorteio.
I sensed
Quando você
that
faz sorteio de uma
confusion and
coisa
thus came
física,
to
você
you.
tem que dar
Guiding
dinheiro lá
people is an
pra
irresistible hobby of
Caixa
mine,
Econômica
after all.
Federal lá. Porque você tem que fazer o sorteio por lá. Porque se você não faz pela Caixa Econômica, você é dado como legalidade jogo do bicho. E aí você pode pagar um monte retroativo e ainda ir pra cadeia ainda.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied
Pessoa
will be
que era
fulfilled.
bicheiro.
You may view such things as the history of the future.
O Pet uma vez tentou fazer sorteio lá de um
I
PS4
believe you
lá
have
no
witnessed
canal
a
do
failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Aí ele viu os bagulho dos trâmites lá que os caras fazem. Prezou ele.
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only
Pô,
the
mas vocês são
future,
chatos
as seen
mesmo,
from
hein?
the
Meu
perspectives
Deus,
of the
cara.
gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze
Voz
does
do
not fall?
céu. Voz
Are
do
the
céu.
things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Celestia? Não.
Deus, olha o spoiler, Deus.
Não, não é isso não. Eu que tô supondo os negócios.
But it also
Spoiler.
sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide,
Essa voz
no
aí
matter what will
tá me
happen in
lembrando
Tevat's
uma
future.
personagem.
This was good tea, by the
Quem?
way.
Quem?
Thank
Quem?
you for your hospitality.
The voice. It's gone.
Deus é desconhecido.
Bruxa. Bruxa N. Bruxa N. Tá bom.
Hey, it's you who's getting.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird pen. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the gods gave
Ah, era a
had
mestra da
blind spots.
Mona?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Ai, Melasca tá só de olho, né,
But
Melasca?
I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
A Sociedade das
They must really
Feiticeiras.
stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
A Sociedade das
The
Feiticeiras.
problem you're facing must
Onde elas
truly
ficam?
be of great
No bule de
importance.
relaxar, certeza.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot... Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed, but even so, I still hope
Milagres.
for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... oh! It was worth trying to comfort you. I suppose that might be why we always seem to...
Ai, velho. Já ouvi sobre essa sociedade feiticeira, mano. Tô no pit 70. Boa, Gabriel. Falta pouco, hein?
Hey, traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Eita. Cuidado, Kiki, hein? Tá no garantido? Ah, tá no garantido, tá top, mano.
Então foi eu. Que eu já peguei?
Bom, então é isso que acontece se eu ignoro essa discussão. Eu pensei que tava na história. Eu entrei numa missão secundária totalmente aleatória aqui. Eu falei, que porcaria que tá acontecendo com a história aqui? Virou uma briga de jornal agora. Do nada os caras começaram a brigar por causa de jornal, mano. Ah, Lascar. Cortar tudo. Vamos cortar aqui. E eu comecei a ler ainda a missão secundária aqui. Não quero mais ler nada. Não quero sair embora daqui. Um bilhão de... testemunhas de morador. Ah, que merda. Não quero fazer essa missão não. Vai ser missão de julgamento. Não, cadê a missão? Principal. Isso que eu quero. Ai, mano. Já enfrentou a baleia, Gilson? Ainda não, Gabriel. Eu vou tentar fazer a história primeiro pra depois enfrentar ela. Eu quero ver como é a primeira cutscene. Tá bom? Tipo, eu não tô com tanta pressa assim porque eu nem farmei os talentos pra Furina direito, tá? Eu farmei poucos talentos. Então, eu deixei ela no 5? Acho que é 5-5. Ainda vou farmar talento pra ela, então não compensa eu farmar a baleia agora. A baleia dá pra farmar até domingo. E lá na secundária, que eu tinha feito o abismo, só que eu não tinha resgatado as gemas, mano. Falei, será que eu resgatei a gema do abismo, mano? Entrei lá, não tinha resgatado. Pior que a história é grande pra caramba, né? A gente já tá aqui, já vai dar 9 horas já.
Tá fazendo história e eu tô só explorando besteira.
Ah, cedo eu explorei... Explorei o que? Explorei pra caramba também.
Eu não tava aqui pra explorar nada.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet
Eu e
was
minha
right.
Furina juntos, será que dá?
Did he really say something?
That's right. Even he
Ah,
has
não
his own
sei.
preferences when it comes to
Talvez
food.
dê.
As for me, I love the cake and...
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Como que essa Melzine tá viva? Todo dia de manhã eu como café com bolo.
Then what if someone told you one day that this...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Poxa, só aqui.
Maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that.
Acho que dá porque eu e
Even if
minha
there'd be no more cake
quase
tomorrow,
arrotou.
that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Talvez.
Tá certo. Como ela não virou um balão. Eu também não sei.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to... These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Siege?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
Ah, meu vizinho tá certo.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in.
Por quê?
Não adianta se preocupar com o amanhã. Melhor viver o hoje.
Sure would be nice if we could always
Ah, sim, vai lá, fala pro aposentado isso.
Aposentado que tem que viver o hoje, não sabe se também vai estar vivo?
Aposentado isso aí.
Como não virou balão ainda? Não, mas tipo assim, você tava falando da profecia, mano. A Melzine falando. Não adianta, a gente não sabe o que vai acontecer amanhã. Pode ser amanhã, pode ser depois de amanhã. O importante é não se preocupar, viver o hoje. Coma bolo. Coma bolo que passa.
Olha.
Um bolinho de morango.
Olha, Deus.
Que?
Se a gente ficar perto daquele negócio que solta um monte de vento, e você ficar planando, é infinito.
Ah, é infinito?
É.
Eu acho que eu não peguei o hidráulico que tá em cima dele. Tava em cima dele.
Não, eu também não peguei não.
Eu peguei um que tá do lado.
Qual é que tá falando?
O que tá em cima da coisinha de bolha lá de vento lá.
Wow! That isn't the traveler in Paimon! Have you seen the article?
Ha! You got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I said... It's alright though, I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with...
Really?
Os caras
You're
fizeram
almost a little
negócio
too easy to
muito...
win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives,
Os
you'd
caras
be
não
in trouble
faziam
now, you
100% de
know.
um dia pro outro não, porque é muito chato.
Everyone knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought it
Ai, meu Deus. Acabou.
I see. It seems you've already
Ah,
bumped into
faltou
Mona here at
dois.
Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
Olha o Mequias agora.
a real daredevil of a journalist.
Como que é?
Ah, não, o Mequias pegou também.
Mequias pegou todas já. Eu tentei farmar no dele já.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Devo focar no artefatos pra Jean. Sombra
What I'd
verde.
like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the
Ai,
things you've
monstro.
seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified?
Sai aqui, JD.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes?
Estão debaixo da terra ali.
I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting,
Taxa, dano,
props, and...
prof.
Whew, so much to
Recarga.
get done now. Talk to you later.
Recarga e ataque.
Para de explorar aqui, eu só...
A Jean, ela precisa ultar
Just for example,
e precisa curar.
Huh, that's the
A cura
prophecy
dela
you're
é pelo
talking about, isn't
ataque.
it? I mean,
E você
I
precisa
do hear
ultar,
about it
recarga.
often, but I've never
Ataque e
once thought...
recarga.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost.
Ah, se você quiser fazer ela
to be reporting on the
TPS, né?
And
Lá,
secondly, I wouldn't forsake
Cada
my
um é cada
homeland that
um.
easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they do should the
Faz
worst come to
ela...
pass.
A
Truth,
Fiorinha...
it might be better just to behave like normal rather than
vai
worry over such an
buildar
end.
a arma dela
So
com
in all
ar.
likelihood, I'd probably still be
Ah,
prepping
no
at the office
caso,
for that
ah.
interview of ours. I know. Just think about it.
Quem
If
mais?
this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I
bufar.
still
Ataque
successfully
normal.
finish an
E o
exclusive
Que
interview
é
with a
tiara?
truly unique
Ah,
person,
tiara?
then the story I would want. And then do you
Ou
know what
você
I do?
coloca ataque ou
I'd
coloca
write
bônus
that
de cura.
story, send it
Você
for
vai
printing,
colocar cura.
and use messenger pigeons to get
Compre
copies out to
pra-
the various nations as soon
Fiorinha.
as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic.
Fiorinha
Nossa,
Candice,
esqueci.
Zorra e...
And I'd be proud of leaving
tem-
such an article
Ah,
behind.
ela é healer, né?
I guess you could say
É
that
healer.
I was born to be a journalist.
É, aí, ó. Uma
But
boa
anyway, that's my
compra.
answer.
De ataque normal.
And on that note, I'll get back.
É, o ataque normal
So
dela. é bom.
nice. All of us.
Ela tem
Anyway,
tanto
let's go
ataque
into
normal
the
quanto
shall we?
Aí põe a Candice de real. De 7 real. Aí quando é só pra ultar. Só cada na recarga. Ultou.
Troca pra Furina.
Foi na Furina.
I've been thinking.
Porrada, né?
If it
Dando
wasn't for
Hydra.
no, but
Aí a Yujin também ultada pra aumentar o
you've always
ataque
been
normal.
moving to the next destination,
No
so
caso
we
ela
haven't
pra
spent much
debuffar.
time. You mean
Timão.
still traveling?
Dá pra fazer esse time.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've?
Tem 2 Hydro.
A gente não conversando.
Quer ver como vão fazer essa comp? Eu tô até vendo. Pra muito sair vídeo dela batendo.
Quais materiais Charlotte? Ih, caralho, eu não
10
sei.
mil na rimpada.
É concha azul. É o peão lá de. O peão lá do Wesley. E. O peão do Wesley e a engrenagem. As engrenagens.
Feels like it, but it's still better than the four.
E o chefe
so the
da.
two of you are still
E o chefe
here.
da Charlotte é o mesmo da.
Yeah, aren't you?
É o mesmo da Furina.
Yes,
é
I'm
baleia.
Isadora. Monsieur Nervous. Not at all.
Se eu
I'm
pegar
well aware that
se eu
you're
pegar
friends with
ela,
his.
eu vou fazer
Actually,
esse
I'm here
time.
to pass along a message from him. Yes, and so,
Eu coloquei ela junto com a
well,
Candice lá, mano, pra
that
bater.
said, I don't. Lady Farina was watching, loudly accusing, and before the crowd continued to grow, and
So people have started to.
A Candice
agree.
deixa o.
People will know.
So what
A
happened?
duração
Seeing that
hydro
the
nela
situ-
bastante
the Marechaussee
tempo de
Phantom
uma
had their
rotação.
hands full maintaining order and
Até
did not
mais.
catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized
Olha,
did we
Maria
realize that
Fifi.
she had gone
Valeu.
missing.
Aí, Furina
She's
level
still
90.
missing?
Maria Fifi.
That's right.
Charlotte Maria
That
Fifi.
said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god
Quanto que
after
eu
all.
tenho de
Even if
recarga?
she were to fall into the hands of
204
good.
de recarga.
Don't worry. This is.
Is that
Não preciso colocar
Sounds like we should
favores.
hurry over to Poisson then.
Ah, nem preciso também, pode colocar esse aqui.
If we know Farina, she won't
Pô,
try
do
to
nada,
fix
eu
things
comecei
in
uma
this
quest aqui.
situation.
Só cheguei perto do lugar aqui.
She'll
já
look for a
começou.
place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of
229.
stone. When Nervalet was
Tem
talking
recarga,
to
né?
her in the
Testemunho
Palais
de morador
Mermonia,
2.
and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the
passarinho
public
sumiu.
today.
Tem
Hyman
passarinho
thinks
que fica
Farina's
aqui.
probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of
Culpa
guilt
os
that she's...
sentimentos.
Bônus de
Well, what do you
cura.
think? Paimon knows the answer, of
Ah,
course,
você tá
but
fazendo
Paimon
com
can
bônus
do the
anemo aqui,
analysis
filho.
to back it up too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Eu vim pra fazer uma coisa de começar.
Aê, rank 58.
Quanto que ela tem de ataque? Não, tá errado aqui.
Ai, ai. A história do Arconte aqui vai durar umas 5 horas.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Será que é esse aqui que tava, né? Ou era esse aqui? Ah, acho que era esse aqui que tava não.
Bora lá.
Bora lá, só tu.
Furina veio pra cá mesmo. Tentada.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects.
Sure.
Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Eu vou colocar esse aqui. Ei, 69 é bastante.
Deixa eu voltar aqui no YouTube, gente. Ver o que vocês estavam falando. Ai, ai. No final. No final. Eita. A mulher chora, mano. O cara que chora, mano. No final ela também não é de pedra.
Ela é quanto?
E ela tava
80.
tentando fazer aquilo que todo mundo tava pensando. Eu acho que todo mundo tava pensando nisso, né?
80 é muita coisa, a gente precisa de muita
Who did that
recarga.
uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Arconte. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Tem uma favor só?
Of course not.
Eu achei que eu já tinha duas favores.
Arconte's over there. Quick, after her.
O quê? Espada de sacrifício.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
Ah, eu ganhei outra do sacrifício, velho.
They're just some rabid fan. That's against the rules.
Dificuldade que é ganhar
I
um
can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off.
Geralmente uma espada de sacrifício vai ficar
Catch up with her.
refinos.
Ah, tá.
2.
Chora, mano. Todo mundo correndo. Caramba, então meu celular tá muito ruim de sinal. Não tá querendo pegar o Wi-Fi.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose as warranted. Lead the way.
Eu tô achando que... Ai, ai. Só um segundo. Aí.
I'm so tired. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's a good...
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, did it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother.
Yeah, I hope. But the people of Poisson. It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing.
Agora chegamos
all my
no...
efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no
preciso de mais
heart and obeys no rules.
Segura de
The prophecy
cadeira
has
pra correr.
only just started to come true, and
Complicado.
so many people have already lost their lives.
Complicado.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't
Deixa eu
come,
testar só o dano
it's
da,
still not too late. Don't
da
worry.
Florina.
I will keep hope alive for everyone. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to—
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being on.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's...
Então tá como? Cutscene? Filha da mãe? Ah, mano. Por
Ladies
quê?
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further
Essa
ado,
porra, mano.
we may proceed to the
Também fiquei...
trial of our god.
Mano, só precisava de mais 2 minutos, mano.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Mano, era 2 minutos só que a gente precisava.
I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity
Como
to defend
sempre,
your
a
honor
gente fica
through a
metendo
duel.
bedelho onde não é chamado.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Arconte surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This
Seu é
time,
3%, no.
I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin! Woohoo!
Nível 8 de
Why
reputação.
does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand? Also, even
Eu
though
vou
she's still
terminar minha
acting
live
super
aqui.
dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time.
Alright then.
Obrigado, galera. Toda a gente conseguiu.
The court
Opa,
asks the
Farina tá
prosecutor to
90.
please take the stand.
E é isso.
Is that so? Very well.
Vai.
Then please speak,
Vou
witness
fazer
to
monte de
that.
coisa
My
offline.
accuser and fated opponent.
Até eu ter vontade de fazer live de novo. Ah, é, deixa eu ver aqui. A Beidou, ela ficou C6, a Beidou. Beidou 66, faz alguma coisa?
Bam. É isso, mano. Eu vou indo de uso também. Não quero tomar mais spoiler.
Please allow me to ask
about
as a
it.
final question before the trial begins.
A colei ficou 66 também,
Just
né?
how much work did you do to force
Cadê a
me
colei?
onto this?
Well, we did do a
Colei
lot of prep after the
66.
meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula,
Nem sei
since
que
they
ela
were
faz
rather
16.
straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Gurizada, eu vou
They
nessa.
changed into plain clothes and came to the
Quem
opera
fica,
house as regular
vai,
audience
pra quem
members,
vai, bom
waiting for the
descanso,
perfect
eu
opportunity
fui.
to incite insurrection
Olha,
against you.
cadê?
The people's resentment against their Archon has been
Eu vou me
building
embora
as
aqui
more
também,
and more
gente.
of the
Vou
prophecy is
jantar.
fulfilled. A spark was all we
Assistir
needed
coisa
to
mais
turn
felizes.
smoldering anger into a
Isso.
flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred,
Boa noite
you
aí
would
também,
likely
tio.
flee the scene
Boa noite,
and
John.
head to Poisson
Eu também só
by
vou terminar
yourself.
essa missão aqui e já vou.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... The ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary...
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal trap.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House.
That's one for the history books, all right. You defeated the I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must... The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a...
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but... Did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could...
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fool. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Bora no...
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't...
No, child. Será isso?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Farina is actually...
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Anal...
That doesn't...
Nada a ver, ó. É o do Child.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances while the court is in session. The principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first in... You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the... Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now it is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! all Archons derive their power from the faith of the people. Thus did I give up all of my divine power.
Isn't that a huge...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you... Please, you've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true.
Did she deceive all...
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real... If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her?
No caso assassinados. Bora tem. Ano baixo. E agora?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicion.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including those of some of my close... So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch... If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, but... If you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is...
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she...
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that.
She's just staring at...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me! Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, You may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around... However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve in... We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used for...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be a... Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your...
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct, then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentence, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also... But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine, You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Femine. Please allow... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm...
Huh? So what do you see?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine...
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three...
Ok, bora lá.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps... The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was... The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
O bagulho, a história tá pegando ritmo muito bom.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. Now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well...
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first...
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single...
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordials. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the... You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Encontrar a origem do desastre.
was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Ai ai, ser que sobreviveu ao desastre. A baleia. Sai! Caramba! Child.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up.
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Oi? Alguma coisa? Mano, o bagulho tá muito bom, mano. Que isso, que história top. E legal que eles estão fazendo a viajante falar um pouco mais do que o normal. Skelka? Ah, Furina.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I felt. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation The quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's...
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be after becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, in order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera.
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely... It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Carai. Bum bum bum.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Quake! This is order.
Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion!
E se apagam as luzes. Então, perante o espelho.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Oh, wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be—
Oh, very good. You know it.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this—
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and was... As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as... a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as human. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow, but I promise you, all will eventually end in a
A trial, huh? How exciting.
Ai, ato 2. Conversação de Furina.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act... Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall... Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here... Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak assertive, with a strong sense of presence? One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness, and may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice,
A 3.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await.
Ok.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered. He's...
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you.
Brum brum.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about, right?
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after... The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just... Alright, Farina, don't think...
Ato 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no...
Lady Farina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydro...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the... I don't think I let anything slip today. I just... don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
Pera eclipse. Ato.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being in... I've heard that the first...
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great... What is it?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your...
Share my That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a
witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her. But if things don't play out as expected, the people of No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your first... If you let this opportunity slip through your think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am free. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine. Yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice. Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to an...
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet. Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That, at this point, we, whether it be myself or Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see at last. I now understand the truth. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Inactivities.
Carai, cutscene foda.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be...
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Gnaw. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution.
Chegou.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the dragon's power. Look for
Ela se cura?
Everyone hold hands.
I can feel my sorrow turning into hostility.
Strike a pose.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress the truth from within.
I will have order. Stabilize.
The Temple of Wisdom. Let the world collide. Yoo-hoo! This may turn a little. Now you shall perish.
Caramba.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being...
well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assume. His name is Sertologi.
Você tá Lord.
I am unfamiliar with...
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has... all...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong!
The prophecy was wrong.
Caramba. Cara, que história top. O controle descarregou também.
The soil renewed. The Spiriti Rasula attacks old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research, the various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Ed. People always call... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big... Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is lead...
Paimon's curious...
And that's exactly what...
Are you...
Oh, this time...
Final, Vapoison. Poison, caramba, já tô com sono já. Ai, mano do céu, que história longa.
Add as...
Acredito que essa última aqui ainda tem uns... Tem ainda uns parve de coisa.
Motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
Deixar assim. Ai ai, galera, muito obrigado a todo mundo que acompanhou. Fiquem com Deus, uma boa noite a todos e até amanhã. Amanhã eu termino essa história que foi muito top, mano. Que isso.